All right, chat. Who's ready to video games? Who's ready to game the video? I gotta tell you, I haven't slept over 8 hours in like probably multiple years at this point. Not changing my. Go back to just chatting. Okay. In 1982, a special command task force was issued out to retrieve the lost sacred texts of Nebraska. Alright, so while Tifa's party lead, I cannot go into the gold saucer. I'm not going to be able to do that until I get Cloud back. I can start Chocobo racing. I'm not going to yet because, well, the best way to go about that would be to have access to the gold saucer. I'm not going to touch a whole lot of side quests while Cloud's away. I'm going to do one very specifically. Mean the Bible? No, I mean like a cookbook that has a bunch of cornbread recipes. Fun fact, I'm referencing something. Okay. I wonder where this is. No idea what I'm referencing, but like cornbread. If someone were to somehow... So this is how I make references. They're either things literally everybody knows, or literally like 2 people on the planet would ever know. I make jokes for me. And then I bask in the confusion of when people don't understand what I'm talking about. Because let's be honest, growing up in the conditions that I grew up in, because I don't have an official diagnosis, I can't put those to words yet because I'm speaking seriously. But growing up the way I did, in whatever particular flavor of neurodivergency I have grown up in, I'm very used to being misunderstood. I decided to weaponize it for my own amusement. Make jokes for you. Blab's being toxic. There you go, it's a blab tier joke. When multi. You make esoteric memes only few people would know. I make references to very specific things on the internet that I have seen and I don't think anyone else that I know has. Start thread later tonight, roll tomorrow. Oh my god. Am I the only one that hasn't finished? I have not touched Metroid. I kind of feel kind of bad about that. Being gatekept by Kaiser. Okay, so it's just me, Mint, and Kaiser then? That's unfortunate. I should have played more, but that's unfortunate. God, maybe I should drop out of the Raocow Weekly. Zangief's still halfway through SM64. Okay, no rush. Okay. I don't know. I don't like when I'm gatekeeping people, even though I'm probably not. But also, I've left Metroid virtually untouched, and it was semi-intentional. Like, I'm never gonna play SMZ3 or Super Metroid with without a second game because I like to really get a bunch of stuff handed to me in Metroid because I'm bad at Metroid. But I like playing Metroid. Okay, those are the only... Okay. Okay, and that is bought from the Chocobo farm. Cool, cool, cool. think you and TJ might both do OOT next when neither of you are any good at it. Maybe I'll join and make it a OOT like Hellseed, except no one else has to play OOT. I don't want to gatekeep people into not playing Archipelago just because I want to be a meme. Okay, so I'm gonna go to this place first. I'm not like waiting for people to file in. I'm just stalling for reasons I'm not even sure of, to be honest. I'm picking settings to be a meme. Oh no, picking settings is fine. Like, I personally being a meme is fine. Like, me being a meme, fine. But, I wouldn't want to force other people to adhere to my meme. It is Mimic Greens, isn't it? For that Chocobo? Mimic Greens, yep. Let me move some windows around. I should also buy a metric ton of Giesel Greens. Your archipelagos are big okay with picking unfamiliar games or settings, trying out hard stuff. Oh yeah. In the spirit of that, maybe I should start trying out other games like FF1 NES and other things like that. Alright, can I buy one? Okay, I'm only gonna buy the 2 for now. I'm gonna buy more later. When I actually get into Chocobo racing, I'll have enough BP to just buy the battle pass. It's a battle pass now, the Gold Saucer battle pass. Battle pass. The Gold Saucer battle pass with a Fortnite dance attached to it. And there's gonna be some deep lore about Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 that it's in a Fortnite event. Somehow Sephiroth returned. Okay, this is Medeal. This is where we go to progress the plot. I will be coming back here eventually. We're gonna go to Wutai now, so I want to save and then just land. Somehow Sephiroth returned is just adventure. You know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong, man. Somehow Sephiroth returned is literally just that plot, more or less. I should buy tents because I'm going to need them. Calm is a good place for that. Calm and Icicle Inn are 2 places you go to get hints to go to Medeal, but also you have a skyboat and there's like a couple of areas you haven't seen, one of which you can land near. It's, you know, pretty decently, like, easy to stumble into by accident, if I'm being honest. Although, I don't know, I've never watched someone go through this part of the game for the first time that wasn't, like, in, like, the PlayStation era. Like, actual PS1 era, like, 1990-something era. Do you have Molotovs? I just need, like, a bunch of attack items. Power Wrist. I don't know which NPC it is you talk to in here because I don't want to go around talking to all of them, but yeah. I could stay in the inn. I could also go to Fort Condor and heal for free. I could go into the airship and heal for free. What am I doing? Speaking of Final Fantasy and somehow Palpatine returned, you know that audio drama for Final Fantasy X? Somehow Sin returned. I'm not joking. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not memeing. I wish I was. I want a fluff. That was Rise of Skywalker before Rise of Skywalker existed. My point of contention with Rise of Skywalker was not that it was just contrived and everything else, or like, not that it was a poor quality storytelling wise or any of that. It wasn't even that somehow Palpatine returned, because in universe it was fine, I guess. Just that line out of context is the funniest thing to me. My problem with Rise of Skywalker is it just decided people hated Episode 8, so we're just gonna go, nuh-uh. None of it happened. Undo. Haha, you like us now, right? I respect The Last Jedi. I have no respect for Rise of Skywalker. I saw my materia. Oh, okay, so this scene just happens here if you land here with the airship. What do you mean this one? Had the worst soundtrack and used already existing music pieces. I don't know about that. Oops. I didn't want to use LB, but this is fine. Like, it wasn't my favorite story. It was that it took all of Episode 8 and decided, nuh-uh. The inconsistent the sequel trilogy was due to the change from the reception and also two or three different directors. Force thief for someone getting exploded out of a window, yeah. Yeah, going from Batman v Superman to Joss Whedon's Justice League, yeah. The biggest one was the slap in the face to me personally, was J.J. Abrams saying something along the lines of, this would have gone better if we had gone in with a plan. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. Let's do that, then. No, let's go protect a ring. Because that's pretty useful. You know what? I'm not a coward. The tonal shift between movies from very dark, depressing to lol MCU memes is too jarring, yeah. the Turks. The bigger issue is the inconsistency of idea of what was going on. I liked episode 8 because I respected it for trying to do something different and subvert expectations. Now, I think subverting expectations for the sake of subverting expectations is kind of not strong writing and not necessarily the best tool to lean on. But I think episode 8 did it well enough. And then it got so much backlash that episode 9 had to try and like be the safe corporate investor protected thing instead of an artistic movie telling a story that had been set up with the foundation of what came before. I respect episode 8, even if it's not my favorite movie. I don't respect episode 9. I don't hate it. I just don't respect it. Yeah, Raylo is super, hate it. Hate it. So much. Better ways to go about subverting expectations when episode 8 did. Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I just respect it. I respect it for trying to do something different. Did it execute well? That's up for debate. I didn't hate what was... I came out of the theater of episode 8 satisfied. I don't think it was the best Star Wars movie, but I didn't hate it. I didn't feel dissatisfied coming out of the theater. I felt fine. Alright, I think we have to get that after the side quest. Was it inconsistent with episode 7? Yeah, I was inconsistent from episode 7, yeah, for sure. But... oh, afterwards, okay. Like, but I at least respect episode 8 for trying to do something different with this new trilogy. And then episode 9 just said nah because people got mad on the internet. And let me tell you firsthand, never write your story, publish your game, publish your movie, publish your story, publish your fan fiction. Never change your story based on what people angry on the internet have to say. If people are mad on the internet, double down. Hey, look, a Materia. Yoink. Your biggest gripe of the sequel trilogy is less the trilogy itself and more it is impossible to search up anything Star Wars related without YouTube tossing 10 5-hour-long videos of sequel trilogy killed Star Wars, and they always have the same thumbnail. Yep. Yep. Okay, yeah, I wanted to sell things that were... Okay, so I want to keep... Well, actually, I should just hit the hardest hitting thing I have for this side quest anyway. Thumbnail always the purple hair lady from TLJ. Oh yeah, absolutely. Every single time. Every single time. Actually, yeah, let's just do that. Just go full stats. Usually some nerdy white guy looking angry with one of the movie posters on there in red fonts. Sequel trilogy sucks somewhere. It's usually purple hair lady. Everyone that YouTube throws at me is purple hair lady. Well, I can't arrange materia because, well, yeah. It's fine. I only have 5 materia equipped anyway. Get a good episode 9 without an MCU ton of mandatory side stuff from where episode 8 ended. God, I could almost do like a Star Wars what if. I almost could. I almost could. I'm not quite qualified because I don't hate Disney's continuity enough to satisfy Star Wars fans. This is like nuclear take for me, by the way, and this is all just my opinion. I'm not speaking objectively at all. But I'm not qualified enough to do an episode 9 write-up, but honestly, I probably could have done better. But it does involve taking out the casino planet from episode 8, because that literally just wasted time. After TFA felt like they just forgot about Finn's story, and that was the biggest problem. Oh yeah, they left Finn behind. And like, why though? Why would they leave Finn behind? That was like, the crux of the story wasn't Rey. It was everybody. It was Rey, Finn, and Poe. And then later Rose. Okay, yeah, this doesn't move yet. That's the last thing we check. Ryan Johnson just 110% forgot about Finn and just invented a weird pointless casino planet for me, pretty much. Felt like episode 8 could have been all around great, but it botched Luke. I disagree, actually. I liked Luke in episode 8. Was it the ultimate ideal for his character? No. But if you're trying to do Empire 2, which episode 7 had already set up, having a jaded, done with this shit Luke Skywalker fits for me. I actually, call me a fake fan. I liked Luke in episode 8. I mean, don't argue could have been done better. Just even theoretical best would still been not good. I'm still not necessarily convinced of that. I think if they hadn't tried to be like, episode 8 was poorly received, let's just pivot. What ultimately should have been done, you know you're going in for a trilogy, you plan the trilogy. You don't do this tale of 3 directors bullshit. You like... It was the way they made him like that turned you off entirely. See, I still like how it was done, personally. Okay, no, you're already there. Okay. Also, shout out to Disney making a Star Wars park in Disneyland. They kept marketing that weird milk that is only remembered by Luke awkwardly drinking and is the main reason to go there, pretty much. Punch kick. Punch kick. 8's really the only movie you've ever walked out of. I understand the divisiveness for sure, and I don't bemoan people not liking it as a Star Wars movie, as part of the continuity. I don't mind or begrudge anyone for that. The only thing I have against, like, the fandom for episode 8 is harassing the actors. Because the actors don't write the movie. They just stand in front of a camera and play the parts. Harassing the actors is a big no-no. That is the literal only point of contention I have against people who don't like episode 8. I don't care, like, this is coming from me. I don't care if people say 8 was objectively bad. I disagree. But I also don't, like, bemoan people for it because of how divisive and subverting it, like, how much of an act of subversion it was. And there were some scenes in it I really thought were super questionable to begin with. It's literally the only thing I have against is when people like go on the internet to give the actors a hard time. It's not their fucking fault. Go to the directors, go to the executives, go to the investors, leave the actors alone. They're doing a job. They're playing a role. They have no say in the creative process outside of maybe, I think my character would deliver this line differently, and that's if they're a high enough actor. They're not in the writing process. Nor should an actor ever be in the writing process. The guy that never gave up on Vader deciding to kill his nephew. So, it wasn't he decided to kill him. He had an absolute lapse in judgment and ignited his lightsaber and had it raised. If Ben didn't wake up, Luke would not have struck. I don't care what either side of those stories say. I don't care what Ben or Luke say. Like, if we this is my what if. Ben doesn't wake up in the middle of the night to see Luke standing over him, ready to strike with a lightsaber. Luke realizes what he's, like, about to do. And, like, completely disengages his lightsaber. Probably is distant from Ben for a little while. And probably tries to figure out what the hell to do because he senses so much dark side in him. I don't think he would have killed at all. Yeah, people doing that in any media is bad. I agree. Played D&D with Hayden Christensen's cousin, said Hayden went through it bad because of the prequels. Exactly. He didn't deserve that. Were the prequels perfect? No. Like, the guy who played Jar Jar actually, like, got into a very severe depression that almost cost him his life. Because people on the internet complained about a character in a movie and went to the actor for it for some stupid reason. That's the only point of contention I have against people not liking Episode 8. I don't care that people don't like Episode 8. It wasn't a great movie. He just acted the way the director wanted. Exactly. If you have a complaint about a movie turning out not great, you voice those complaints civilly to the directors at conventions. Or whenever you see them, or like, you know, fan letters and stuff. To the directors. And sometimes the director's hands are tied too. That's why I say civilly. But like, people not liking Episode 8 never bothered me. I don't like the sequel trilogy that much. I liked Episode 7, but I didn't feel as strongly as I did with Episodes 1 or 4, the first time I had seen them. Unless the actor clearly acted out of boundaries. Yeah, like in that case, it's usually going to be a different kind of controversy and they're already going to lose their job. Like, they got other issues at that point. I'm going to just freeze. No, I'm not from Muay Thai. Leave this tower at once. My problem with the prequels wasn't as necessarily how they were acted. It wasn't perfect. But like, you know what I do when I watch a movie I don't really like all that much? I don't watch it again. Oh, that is just straight up a Red 13 weapon. Okay. Yeah, exactly. You hate watch something, it's going to get more of that thing. And then, like, when the next part of it comes out, wow, this was so bad. How could they possibly make another one? Because you watched it. But I hate watched it. But you watched it. You gave it a +1 of a view in whatever streaming service. They don't have like a webcam to judge your emotions afterwards. They don't care about you posting it on Twitter. In fact, hate watching something and posting about it on Twitter, you know what that tells people who make things like movies and shows and specials on streaming services? It says, wow, people watched this and talked about it and engaged with it on social media. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. It genuinely does not matter. It's Morbin time, yeah. So if I watch a movie that I didn't care for, I just don't watch it again. I don't talk about it. I don't give it attention. I don't give it social media engagement because all of that stuff is algorithm. It's a trend because I am one of those people that watches stuff on shorts on Facebook, like videos on Facebook, short videos on Facebook. And every now and then you get these comments. It's just a picture of a middle finger that says an absolutely fucking useless video. And what those people don't get is you're going to get recommended that video you hate because you left a comment on it. That's how algorithms work. I don't want to have a drink with Reno. I don't care that he's trying to kill us half the time because he's ordered to. Because a lot of my friends in real life do that. Well, oh, this new popular show that like everyone's hate watching came out and it's so bad I'm gonna hate watch it. And then it gets a season 2 and people are like, how? It was so bad. How the hell do you think? If there's YouTube creators, like the big ones, I don't hate watch their content because it adds to their view count. I'll find a re-uploader if there's someone's content I want to watch but don't want to support them as a creator. Aside from your feelings on Luke, yeah, the Casino Planet absolutely needs to be cut and replaced something better. Finn just needs a proper character arc and not to be forgotten. Because that was pretty bad. Not me forgetting how this goes. Casino Planet was like the worst part of episode 8 though. For me. Like, I really, really did not like Casino Planet. Rose was done dirty because, like, idiots on the internet got mad. Finn was done dirty because Tale of Three directors. And then episode 9, we have to keep people happy, ha 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 ha. Safe corporate investor movie. I will respect a movie that tries and flops versus one that tries to play it safe. Because episode 8 I can debate. Episode 9, I'm not even going to try. Not because I think it's bad, objectively or anything. Because I don't view media as objective. Sometimes you can tell something is made with a more corporate mindset. Oh, yeah. This is fire too. Where's stuff I just bought? Why do I still have Materia on Barret? I don't have that much materia to begin with normally. Yeah, but you need like a ton of materia to hit that cap. And in a casual playthrough, I would probably have more than I do right now. It's literally just restore. No, I like have materia. That's concerning. Speaking of concerning, advertisements on the internet. Gonna have 3 minutes of those here in a second. But yeah, 3 minutes of ads are gonna play. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat or drink, stay hydrated, take your meds if you need to, but don't go too far. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Hello, hello. Sorry for the delay. Let's get back to it. Endless waltz music, yeah. Was that what was playing back then? Oh, I don't know, actually. Maybe not. Oh, the heavy arms theme. Okay. Here there be treasure. Magic shuriken. Okay. Going back to episode 8, because I know people are definitely not tired of talking about sequel trilogy Star Wars. The thing about the how of Luke getting disillusioned, Luke has been playing with the dark side since he was trained. His outfit in episode 6 was very much designed to give the illusion that he either was going to the dark side or like could fall to the dark side, to leave it a question, because that was the theme of episode 6. He used Force Choke, a dark side force ability. And his plan to get Leia back involved a lot of sneaky treachery. And trying to intimidate Jabba the Hutt. Let's get rid of some of these items that only have like a handful. Then I only have like one of, just to like... Luke getting a very brief, I sense the dark side and I have a way to deal with it and I need to deal with this right now. It's kind of in line. PS1 version for the win, also Star Wars Discourse. It came up earlier and I actually don't remember how. How's it going, Mopey Bloke? How are you doing today? I need to get rid of... do I need to fight everything? No. Come back this way later. Really poor choice of words. Hee-haw. Was one of those who were positive on The Last Jedi, same. Then I heard Colonel Sanders is coming back. I didn't even watch the third movie. Game over theme. was gonna say, that should hurt quite a bit, actually. Saving some people from Star Wars spoilers, yeah. This is not gonna work, but... And it worked. Okay. There we go. I'm just gonna attack. I wasn't gonna lean into the Star Wars discourse any more than that. I just wanted to, you know, finish that point of not liking how Luke got disillusioned versus... And then we'll have a squashed tomatoes. Hee-haw. A lot of people got mad because Luke looked sinister in Kylo Ren's flashback, because that was Kylo Ren's biased perspective. And like, no, Luke isn't evil. Like, did you watch episode 6? He went almost dark side of number. Oh yeah, and then he got really angry in the last fight with Vader as soon as Vader brought up Leia. He gave in to anger then and almost killed Vader. Like... I don't know what Rude threw. I'm gonna assume a knife. Bye. Corneo got the letter P. Yep. So do we. Good news. So do we. How did Corneo tie them to the eyes of Da Chao anyway? Because I'm thinking, what are the logistics of getting them down? Bye, Yuffie. Now, did it make it illegal? Surprisingly, yes, actually, never mind. Well, since you're about to leave the party anyway... Sort of hard to believe Yuffie would still steal after City of the Ancients, Yuffie ending the stream. God. Alright, now time would be a green. That's how that works. Comet and all, because it doesn't have that much more to go. Enemy skill. Neo Bahamut. Magic Plus. Can you manipulate? Luck Plus and probably just Bahamut. I can go back and do the other half of that with Yuffie later. Okay, those are the big ones. Don't pet the sweaty things yet. I think all that's left to do while Tifa specifically is in the party. There is, by the way, one of the Fort Condor quests is specifically while Tifa is the party leader. Like, I don't like the Fort Condor side quests. The next time I play this game, I want to do them all just to prove a point. Maybe I'll go, like, achievement hunt in the PC version, try and platinum it. Does any of the FF7 extended media say Corneo survived that? Lol, no. He's dead. He's dead as hell. Nothing I know of in the FF7 extended media even implies that Corneo survived that. Say what you will about the Turks. They get the job done when they need to. The only reason they don't stop Cloud is because Cloud is kind of also really strong. But then again, so is Zack, so... Well, then, that wasn't the Turks that stopped him, but you get the idea. Okay, and then there's one thing I want to do in Medial. First death by falling ever recorded in video game story. He's probably... The novel Final Fantasy VII, The Kids Are Alright, a Turk's side story, revealed that Corneo survived the fall, although confined to a wheelchair. Obscure, probably Japan-only novel material to the rescue. If he survived, he's in pretty bad shape. Like, he doesn't have legs anymore. He's probably severely concussed. He's probably comatose for like a month. And does he want to get back up to the same old stuff that got him, like, in trouble in the first couple of places? Sure. Not a shot in hell he can pull any of that crap off again, though. Hey, you're gonna get a carbon bangle because, like, you're not needed for combat for a long time. You can keep your weapon is whatever. It's Materia, going to Materia. Everything must go yeehaw sales. It's a joke. Anyway, sell me stuff right now. Hydrate. Gib, green orb. I realize, actually, yeah, that's probably gonna be different. Chocobo Panic House! Yeehaw! Mini Chocobo Panic House! Go to the store. Just kidding, it's Chocobo Panic! Chocobos ignore humans who don't look like they'll give them greens. Also, it's the charity store of love and courage. These weapons are incredibly good. Matter of fact, I have no reason not to at least get this one because Sid is, like, always going to be in the party. Okay, it's weaker than the elemental stuff, so I don't need to go crazy buying those yet. Accessory shop. This isn't the accessory shop, is it? No. Red Mag Chocobo with a little bit of angry in there. They're gonna get you today. I could get an MP+, actually. It's not a bad idea, in fact. Lots of birds on screen. Mini Chocobo Panic. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Received a beat-up useless old key. Is there panicking mini chocobo in 3 little separate buildings? Because you gotta shop till you drop. It's buy. You gotta buy, gotta go shop right now because the world's gonna end in 7 days or whatever. You gotta make sure you get all the goods, gotta spend all your money. You can't take it with you after all. Gonna buy some stuff you don't need for 7 days before a meteor. Gotta buy it all right now. Oh. That's a fake door made out of cardboard. Ellie and the others received a cursed ring. Gotta go shopping, gotta buy some greens, gotta buy some swords, gotta buy some orbs, gotta buy some materia, gotta buy some jewelry we don't need because we're not going out because the world's gonna end in 7 days. Gotta have a chocobo, gotta run around the store, gotta buy some greens for the chocobo, gotta have a panic. That's capitalism. How's it going, Yoko? How are you doing? Gotta panic, time to buy for a mini white chocobo, yep. So I think I'm the FedEx spokesperson? No, because I'm not trying to steal your package. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go full mage build here. We're gonna, like, not have this combo there. Yeah, we don't need common and all, so we're gonna go, actually, range exchange. You... And actually, you can just... That, probably. May as well just put restore on there as well. Let's go ahead and get steel, HP plus, probably Alexander if I'm being honest. The guy that talked really fast? Yeah, exactly. FedEx guy's not gonna talk that fast, he's just gonna steal my package. That bit that I was doing was basically an auction caller guy. An auctioneer. The host of the auction. I can speak fast enough to understand myself. If I really lean into it, I can go for quite a while. Glitches at the door for reasons. This is like the worst moment for Tifa ever. Like, this is probably one of the actually hardest hitting parts of the game for me. Like this and right before going up to Midgar, listening to Aerith's backstory. Yes, I put the end of disc 1 at a distant third. Why do you ask? Please Cloud get a wheelchair that doesn't squeak. I know, right? It could be his life support. Please come inside to have me tell you that I'm not coming with you for a while. I like that it's Barret asking this. I don't normally use Barret in this part of the game. I love how Kate said this, referring to them as just by their laughs. Hey, I'm a spy. Want to use that in reverse? You mean the huge materia? The size of a huge materia? You've been chosen to be the new leader. Pain in the ass, forget it. Yep. The two Sid lines I love the most. Drink your goddamn tea and pain in the ass, forget about it. I kind of wish it was Barret that took over here, because I would really, really set his character arc. Yeah, literally Red 13, the huge materia? You mean the huge materia? No, Nanaki, we mean the small materia the size of a huge materia. You, can do Fort Condor and the Corel reactor in either order. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, congrats on being captain. Why does the door react like that? It did that on the... Yeah, I'm not very good at explaining things. It really doesn't matter who I use at this point. Like, next playthrough, I think I'm gonna go for the Tifa date and use Tifa because I never do. Okay, yeah, the hairpin is your nothing weapon. Not me mixing up my Xenogears names, so I brought the wrong, or I equipped the wrong party member. Oops. I've just made Sid a mage for some reason. I don't know, but this is canon now. Because I need Sid's limit break to, like, get leveled up. Yeah! Postman from Majora's Mask... Wait, Sky, wake up. Postman from Majora's Mask Noises. I am gonna do Corel first because it is the more annoying of the area. Like, Fort Condor is just a battle that I have to let them reach the shack and then do the boss fight for an extra reward. Reach the shack is a proper noun. You get 14 caption points. Debut album Reach the Shack. A lot of these I'm not going to use, but I can just get money. Okay, let's leave. Actually, yeah, let's explore Medeal before it gets destroyed. Because I don't remember what's all here and what's not. But otherwise, yeah, I'm, like now that I've done the one side quest I planned on doing today. I'm not 100% sure I want to do the chocobo breeding stuff now that I think about it, because I'm not going to use Knights of the Round anyway. I shouldn't need to. Oh, this is the accessory shop. Love rings that have a gem in them, yeah. They're a waste. Can I say your counterpoint to leave an alternative? I feel it would be more interesting for the story to make Kylo, the Vader rhyme of the sequel, seem truly lost to the darkness when compared Snoke just providing an excuse for him to do it, even tricking Luke by seeming to come to the light and staying good for a while. I mean, that would be really contrived, though. And it wouldn't really make him a rhyme to Vader, who started off good and was corrupted. But, like, got redeemed at the end, you know? Like, I don't know. That said, Ben destroying the temple probably would have been fine, though. I'm not sure Ben could have taken Luke, though. Like, especially at that point without any, like, of Snoke's training. I don't think Ben wins that fight. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to buy Barret's weapon here. I'll buy Cloud's later after I've, like, gotten enough money. This is something I'd be willing to what if and discuss in private later, for sure, Nov. But, like, I just think, I still don't see anything wrong with Luke having yet another dark side temptation flashback. Not flashback, but just like a little bit of a spot where he almost goes dark side. I don't have a problem with that because he did it so much in episode 6. Because it was literally the thing Yoda warned him about and needed him to train more about. Cursed rings are so good, yeah. That hesitation on the load there. It increases each status, but... I forget if it just starts with death sentence or if it starts with everything. You'd have to open every battle or boss battle with a white wind. And there's merit to it, but... Just death sentence? Okay, that's not so bad. Ooh, this is gonna be a good one. Final Fantasy X, what if there was no such thing as sentient humanoid unsent? Meaning they're all just fiends? Like, every single unsent ever has just been a fiend, and there is no way that there could be anything other than a fiend. Okay. So this paints the idea of the unsent, like if a person dies and is not sent, and their lingering will is still attached to this world, they still have things left to do, they probably just like metamorphose into a really powerful fiend, which could explain the non-sin spawn bosses actually. Like just the random fiends you find, like Geoscanio and stuff. And why they release way more fireflies upon death. You can make yourself invulnerable to it with Materia. Yeah, Destruct and added effect in the armor would do it, probably. If added effect was high enough. So we're not starting anywhere in-game specifically. This is a world-building exercise, and we'll dip in and out of the game. So in Spira, it makes the summoner's duty to send the fallen, especially those killed by sin. Added effect doesn't level up, it always works. Oh. Oh, okay. I thought it had levels where it was resist immune. That's alright then. If I ever decide I don't need, to attack. Hold up. So then in theory... Oops, I went back into Corel, not looking at the screen. So, in Spira, summoners are much, much more important to the ecosystem and survival of Spira. Because they have to send the fallen before they just become fiends. And if you're killed by sin, you probably have some lingering resentment towards the world. And are very likely to become a more powerful fiend. Okay, no, that doesn't work with that necessarily, but... Very good, it missed. Okay, I need to see how much damage that does without that. Some, in vanilla Final Fantasy X, unsent can become fiends, just some manage to stay humanish, like Auron. And Jiskel, and most importantly, Seymour. Destruct. I guess it would have to be death for it, but it didn't have to be with time, like, because I was able to slow and stop things with time as an added effect. And Maester Micah and most of Yevon leadership, yeah. It would change the dynamic of Yevon drastically. You just won't die. Oh, I see. That would be a really broken combo on Tifa with that one weapon, then. Alright, so I'm gonna set the stage for this what if, because it's actually a pretty deep one. It's mostly just lore, though. It does drastically change the game in ways that I can't necessarily tell a straight story to, but I'll try. So... basically, yeah, if someone dies and is unsent, their fireflies will likely coalesce into a fiend. If, someone with really strong ties to the world and a lingering resentment or I still have things left to do-ism. No point in going there, I'm gonna anyway. They will just become a very powerful fiend. like your Geoscanio and stuff like that. It makes a summoner's duty even more important, because they're not just trying to stop Sin's destruction, they're also trying to stop Sin's destruction from creating large quantities of fiends. And, yeah. This way. No. It's because Cloud's not the party lead. For some reason, that matters. This also, yeah, it completely changes how Yevon operates. Because, like, Maester Micah would have just died, and they would have sent him because you can't have a fiend in control. You can't control them, really. Like, yeah, the Guado kinda can, but, like, people aren't gonna flock to church if they know that, like, a giant monster is their leader. So, instead of leaving Micah on, they just pass the secrets down to whatever maester is the most trustworthy and able to continue the plot of Yevon. And, they're just, like, gonna do that. And then they're going to have an, like, in-house summoner that never pilgrimages. That just sends each acting maester as they die. I will hydrate after this story. I will lose myself otherwise. Bomb the blast. So Micah's not around to, like, hold Yevon together as an unsent, as, like, a semi-immortal, a quasi-immortal unsent, who can just be old and have all this wisdom and not have to worry about frailties of death. No, Yevon is now much, much more terrified of death in Spira. Because one sin attack can spiral out drastically now. If an entire island, like, just as an example, Kilika gets wiped out. That was from back row, tooting. Then, like, suddenly you have, like, a bunch of fiends in that part of the ocean that you just can't deal with. Furthermore, Seymour's plan goes completely out the window. Seymour's plan just does not exist. Oh, right, yeah, I mean the lightning. So where does that leave the game itself? Dream Xanarkin still exists, because that's just what Yevon is summoning. It has nothing to do with fiends and unsent. But Orin isn't there, so Tidus's life is actually very different once Jex disappears. Furthermore, Braska doesn't really have as easy of a time with the pilgrimage. Because, well, no, Orin is still alive at that point. What am I saying? I, for some reason, just wrote Orin out of existence. We'll strike that from the record. But it does mean that Tidus kind of doesn't have anything resembling a father figure growing up in Dream Xanarkin. He was there. I like to think he was like a father figure because he and Tidus are on incredibly, you know, comfortable speaking terms. And when Orin hands Tidus a sword, says it's a gift from your father, Tidus doesn't question it and decides he's gonna fight. Granted, his, like, town is practically on fire, but, you know. So I'm setting the stage because I'm going to go into this more when I'm, like, back from break time, because we're about to be on break time. But like so far it's going to be very, 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 very different, drastically different Spira. With a drastically different Yevon and a different Tidus. Maybe not drastically. And that's the setting I'm gonna have to like go with when the ad break is done. 3 minutes of ads will play. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat or drink, stay hydrated, take your meds if you need to. Don't go too far. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Hello, hello. So I'm gonna get back to the gameplay. I'm going to continue the Final Fantasy X What If that Mint is redeemed because you know, it deserves a proper exploration. But I want to show off this. I guess I have to find a better spot for it, but I'm considering making some what ifs, things that actually, like, I stopped the stream to talk about for like 20 minutes. The big pro and con to that is adds mandatory every hour, 3 minutes every hour. So it cuts off a good chunk of the actual playing game part of the stream, but I'll talk about the community with the community, making it a thing I do, either like at the end of streams, if I got like a really good one I want to elaborate on, one at the very end of stream, or just whatever. So. All right, so. We begin in Dream Zanarkand at the beginning of the game. Let's just say that, like, Auron not being there still had enough of an impact on Tidus growing up, but, like, he still gets into Blitzball. Remind me to ask a friend what campaign they're doing later. Tidus is a little more sensitive because the only person guiding him at this point has been the faith of Bahamut, which has decidedly been a thing that, you know, has been in Tidus's life for a long time as well. So ultimately we get to where we're supposed to. But Tidus is maybe a little bit more sensitive, I guess. Without a fatherly figure like Auron to kind of like curb that sensitivity, for lack of a more diplomatic term. The events still happen, only it's Bahamut's faith that guides Tidus to sin. And he'll just have to find that sword somewhere. He's still gonna use his sword. I don't feel like coming up with an explanation for a different method of fighting. I don't want to make him Waka 2. Although I could make him the Blitzball job and Waka just use his Brotherhood, but like, that gets kind of messy. So, you know, we have the same start of the game. Tidus being conscripted into digging up the airship from underwater back at Bonj Temple. Meets Riku, almost gets killed, etc., etc. Then Sin happens and he ends up at Besaid. Yevon is a very, very different religion and authority figure at this point. Like, Yevon is so vastly different at this point. We're gonna hop a train! Yevon still is a theocratic, authoritarian religion that still passes the same lie of we need summoners to defeat sin and hope that it stays gone when humanity is atoned enough or whatever. This feels quite boring, it must be said, yeah. That's my buttons. And hop. So, Instead of Yevon controlling through an unsent maester to keep the secret and just, you know, let the spiral of death be what it is. Yevon is a lot more cautious about death. Because if things are left unsent, they become fiends. That was already true, but if something, like, they run the risk of some powerful fiends being around, because there's, like, no way to keep someone, like, human if they become unsent. Maester Seymour is a very different person as a result of this as well. Oh, I see. That's the hats. So, like, Yevon is probably a little bit more compassionate of a religion. Not so that it's not still authoritarian, of course. But with the threat of death being significantly higher, it's less about embracing the spiral of death and more actively trying to prevent it. Let's do 2 trains then. How about them apples? They're still secretive, of course, because, like, there's no reason for them to not do the secrets and stuff. I need to look up something to steal from here. I think there's like a warrior bangle off of the eagle boss enemy thing. So I need to make sure steel is on someone. Okay, cool. So Yevon is, like, slightly more compassionate because death is truly well and permanent. Nothing to steal there, okay. So Yevon is actually, like, genuinely playing the benevolent protector role. But also they are still controlling the world and keeping the secret from coming out. Oh, that's not going to be good, is it? No, but that wasn't terrible either. Are you not dead? Oh, that's why, okay. I think I would have opened with laser. I don't know why I didn't. And since this is more of a general what if, rather than like telling a very hyper-specific story, Tidus is more sensitive because Orin isn't there, because he died when he was killed. Waka's more or less the same, still hyper-religious, just there's less of a lie to, like, kick him down in the dirt later. People die when they are killed. Listen, just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right. Or just because you're right doesn't mean you're correct. Something like that. This thing has a steal. What's the downside of being dead? Exactly. Okay, you only had 50 MP to begin with. Downside of being dead is just, oh, you had a lot of HP. Downside of being dead is, you know, you either turn into a fiend or you're strong enough to stay human, but functionally kind of immortal. Hey, you missed, pal. I want this warrior bangle, but there it is. Lulu is functionally unchanged, except, you know, when her summoner died, she didn't linger on as a summoner. So Yojimbo's cave is guarded by just a really powerful fiend. Yuna's sense of duty is, you know, a lot more pronounced given the state of the world. There's basically, Spirit is unchanged, except Yevon cares a little bit more. And, like, Yevon cares a little bit more, people die when they are killed, and Unsent are basically replaced by massive fiends. So Yuna has more of a sense of duty, Tidus is more sensitive, Wakka's a little more pious, Lulu is largely unchanged. Riku is a little bit more zealous in what she's trying to do with the Al-Bed. Train somehow stops on a dime. Watching the Spoony One's Final Fantasy X review and asking that question didn't have a good answer. So the question really becomes, what's the downside of being an unsent? If you are still in human form. Am I trapped? Oh no, I can go this way. Because we stop the train, we get this for free. You can get sent, yeah. A summoner can just decide you no longer exist, but like someone can come up and stab you with a sword. So like, there's that. That's about it. The downside to being dead if you aren't an unsent as a human is you turn into a fiend. And then we get into the Madoka Magica quandrum, so... Oh. Doesn't really have a side effect, it's just really strong. Maybe it increases strength, I don't know. Aside regen all, do I really care about restore at this point? Makes you significantly weaker, but that double AP for when I don't really care otherwise. So, like, summoners not only pilgrimage to gain aeons to defeat sin. Also, Kamari is largely unchanged because it's Kamari. We're just giving him Orin's job instead of weird not blue mage. Like, his overdrive would be the same, but he would just have inherit Orin's grid. And the center grid would just be kind of a free-for-all bridge of, like, stats to get to other areas. And also Lancet, I guess. So the Summoner's Pilgrimage is also about sending the victims of Sin's attacks whenever you can, but gaining Aeons to try and, like, stop Sin. The big secret is still the big secret. Summoners die when they summon the final Aeon. Summoners still don't know why, and Yevon is very keen on not telling people why, because then there would be less Summoners. And there would be less Summoners, well then you would have a never-ending actual spiral of death. The final Aeon isn't just some status quo mechanism in this version of Yevon. The final Aeon is literally the only hope. The only thing that can, like, calm Sin for a little while to try and, like, mop up these fiends, get people like, more well protected, better protected. And, just, like, breathe for a second. So it's a little more altruistic, like, and a little less self-serving, but more of a self-preservation mechanism. And this is all Yevon is known for 1,000 years. And there is literally no one to, there's literally no one or nothing that can really change this. How's it going, Rich? How are you doing? Really liked the mod that gave people in this game archetypes. I need to play new threats. So, brief segue. I'm gonna count FF7 New Threat and FF6 Brave New World, I think it is. Those two ROM hacks, I'm gonna count them as challenge runs and stream them at some point in the future. I was meant to do that after 10, but I sidetracked myself with like 1,000,000 projects at the same time. Whoops. But I have every intention of playing New Threat and Brave New World to completion as main game / challenge runs. Because they all, like, what's the difference between a self-imposed challenge run and a mod / ROM hack? When you get right down to it? Because, like, the methods of playing the game but different, it's just in a creator's hands instead of my own. That's, functionally speaking, the only difference. Also, ROM hacks are cool. New Threat Path B was so cool. I need to play New Threat. I really do. I have every intention of it. I'm probably going to play Brave New World FF6 first, because I technically already started it. So it's probably going to go something in the ballpark of FF10, Tactics, Brave New World, some kind of other challenge run, and then New Threat. Is like the soft event calendar. I'm not going to put it into writing because that's when my internet is going to start dying. Want to play 10 soon? Need to figure mods? Have you played 10 before or no? I forget. We talk about Final Fantasy all the time. I can never remember who has played and not played what. You think you did? Okay. So yeah, in this version of Spira, the what if in question, what if there was no such thing as sentient or humanoid unsent? Like, no exception. And I realize there's a very, very big plot point I will have to address at some point. But trust me on the ride down. But it's in that period of your life that was deleted. Okay, that's... So Yevon is a little bit more in damage control rather than actual control. The party members are slightly different. The pilgrimage is largely the same until Macalania. Because Seymour's plan hinged very heavily on dying and being an unsent. And unleashing the spiral of death upon Spira. Except in this version of Spira, if he dies, he's either sent or becomes a fiend. And the question very, very specifically included no sentience. So, I don't really need restore. I'm keeping all there for all, but let's go start unlocking Ultima. Because this is my bread and butter and magic only, and I remember that thing vividly. If I ever want to get rid of the cursed ring, which I kind of do, actually, if I'm being real. So that I can have contain start going. Added effect isn't going to do me much good. We have MP absorb. Oh, I'm going to go elemental, see if that does anything. Oop. Okay, no, it's just absorbing ice. Okay. Contain must not count towards element then. If I'm using contain, I'm in a boss fight, so this works out. Because Seymour's plan hinges on him dying, being unsent, and coming back as himself, which is impossible, he's probably going to be a lot more cautious about trying to sway Yuna over. And his plan is still basically just going to be to kill everybody because that's just who Seymour is. But, he's not going to fight to the death with the party. He's probably, if he's going to fight, he's going to summon Anima and then just, like, bail. By the way, you can buy all materia if for whatever reason you either didn't have one or just trying to get money. Because mastered all materia sells for a stupid amount of money, and it is the money bank in this game. So at Macalania, Seymour is still probably going to be revealed as having killed his father. A fiend coming out of the far plane is what's going to drop the sphere instead of Jiskel himself. It's just going to look a lot like Jiskel because he hasn't been dead that long. We're also going to say, for the sake of things, that Seymour very specifically kept his death a secret so that no one would send him, rather than him just, like, being sent to the far plane and just having that strong a will. So Seymour's going to play more cautiously. You would fight Anima at Macalania, but not Seymour himself. Like, you'd fight first round Seymour and then Anima, and then Seymour would flee before he dies. Like, before he could die. Keeping Seymour is, like, kind of the main antagonistic force of the game. Just his fights would usually revolve around, like, bringing in fiends from people who were sent, or unsent rather, in place of him transforming into them. This is it. This is the final battle. So again, functionally not a whole lot has changed. Just the methodology of it is. Oh, the game froze for a second. No, it just does that. You don't get anything for winning this minigame. You get a drop from the boss that you have to fight as it reaches the shack. Seymour is still the main antagonistic force. Maester Micah is long since actually dead, and they sent him. Because it's Yevon. So Seymour is probably actually excommunicated from Yevon, stripped of his title as Maester. The Guado are outcast. And Seymour probably does a pretty good number on Bavel before leaving, like, because the Guado can control fiends, and summon fiends to a lesser extent. Because they do that, like, all throughout the part of the game where you fight them. So it stands to reason that Seymour, being a Guado and a summoner, can probably just summon fiends, and really powerful ones from, like, people who were unsent with a lot of lingering resentment. Let's just say. So you'd functionally get battles very similar to Seymour Natus, Flux, and Omnis. But, like, it wouldn't actually be Seymour, he would just be summoning and running. So you'd fight Seymour, Anima, and whatever fiend equivalents of his other 3 boss fights before he just dies. Warning! Oh no! We better stop this, guys. They're gonna reach the shack. Burb has reached the shack. It's me, it's Radio Shack. Oh, right, because it's just Ultima, okay. Nothing to steal. Beautiful. So I imagine after the Bavel sequence, which I'd have to stop and think how much of that has changed. The party still gets excommunicated, and they're, you know, doing the heathens fighting sin, fallen summoner, blah, 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 until Bavel. Whoever is taking Micah's place probably still officiates the sham of a wedding. That's it, like, no damage, Lamau. So after the party survives Via Purifico and fights the fiend that Seymour summoned, arg. Also, the cloud's moving really fast for this sequence. This must be so painful for that Condor, I'm just saying. To be stuck in, like, a vacuum bubble of just fire. So fun fact, if I don't pick this up, I can dig up the Phoenix materia in Bone Village and then come back and pick this up and have 2. Red Mag Chocobo! So after the Seymour Natus equivalent battle, the Maester who is in charge of Yevon, the Grand Maester, is very unnerved. Let's say it's Kelkronso, just for the sake of simplicity. Grand Maester Kelkronso would probably be very upset about not only how Seymour has gone about doing this, but to find out that, like, everything he said was just, like, kind of a lie. Go see that little fella. Okay. I want a fluff. So Seymour's excommunicated from Yevon. The party is forgiven and, like, unexcommunicated from Yevon and are told to continue the pilgrimage, especially considering now Seymour's a threat and is threatening to, like, destroy the world and weaponizing these unsent fiends to cause more death and destruction, and he will absolutely destroy the world. We screwed up. We listened to him. We were fooled. But continue your pilgrimage for our sake. We'll lead you to Bahamut personally. Kelk Ronzo doesn't know the truth of the final summoning or any of the other nonsense of the plot because he didn't in the main game either. That was all Micah's shtick. So the party then, you know... Oh wait, no, the Beacon Hill Island stuff happens before that, right? My bad. The Beacon Hill Island stuff just happens as normal. The party's reunited, but this time they don't have to run from Yevon. They are kind of actually not favored by Yevon, but like temple guards and stuff are like, oh, okay, it's you. Instead of let's chase them down, it's more, okay, like Grand Maester said these are the people that are like going to help stop Seymour and defeat Sin. Tidus took the news of the truth of the final Aeon much harder in home than he does in the main game because, again, he's a little bit more sensitive. But, like, it just takes a little bit more convincing to get him back on track, really. And it would probably take some convincing to keep him around as a guardian after, you know, with Orin not there. There's probably, like, a little bit less in common for Tidus and Yuna, but I'm not going to mess with the dynamic of that relationship because I don't want to. So the Calm Lands goes basically per normal. They wouldn't fight Defender X at the end of it. But if you need a boss fight at the end of Calm Lands, let's say Seymour summoned another fiend. Or left a Guado to summon a golem-like fiend instead. No problem. Mount Gangazet is largely unchanged. Just like the Ronso aren't like stopping Yuna and Co. They're giving them their blessing. Since Seymour himself is not nearly as powerful and needs to summon fiends to do all of his bidding, there's less of a massacre on the Ronso, and instead of Seymour just like chewing through them like a knife through butter, he actually is fought into retreat. So in this scenario, Kelk, Ronso, Baron, and Yankei live. So that Kimahri can have like a better character arc after just like, you know, a single boss fight and like 3 cutscenes. It also explains how, like, the Ronso Blitzball team is still alive and how there's Ronso in 10 too. But the party want to fight Seymour off because, hey, he's right there in front of him and he's kind of caught in a pincer between the party and the Ronso tribe. So he summons a fiend that was, like, far more powerful than anything he intended to, but he needs to get away to not die. Because his plan kind of hinges on him being alive now. I think Shadow Flare is literally the final hit of Ultima Weapon. I'd have to think about it. I don't think you can use it in this first battle. Tidus kicked a landmine like the Blitzball and Yuna broke up with him somehow before somehow Sin returned. I know, right? Freaking audio drama. Give me time. I'll come up with a better 10-3 than that. I'll have to, like, actually sit down and play 10-2 start to finish, though. The party's victorious over this fiend, but it takes a lot of effort, and thus, Seymour gets away. One last time. The pilgrimage continues, only there's no Orin to kind of like foreshadow what the truth of Zanarkand is. And Zanarkand is packed full of fiends like it is in the main game because, again, there's no one to send them. But given how this universe works in this hypothetical, the fiends are a little bit more powerful. Now here's the big glaring plot hole in all of this. The final summoning and the final Aeon still happen, but Yunalesca's an unsent. The most I can do in such a short time of hand-waving is that the actual higher-ups of Yevon, not like the Grand Maester, but like some kind of Illuminati Deep Shadow kind of organization within Yevon, handpicks a summoner every couple dozen years, however long a summoner lives naturally, and basically makes them into a faith for a one-time final summoning. Or makes them into a summoner capable of turning a guardian into the faith for the final summoning. Like, the mechanism of turning someone into a faith for the final Aeon still exists. Just there's no Yunalesca about it. It's just some kind of probably shady, deep shadow Illuminati Yevon organization where every, let's say, 50 years, a summoner is chosen, conditioned, possibly from birth, and taught this power, so that it can continue in perpetuity. Because we can't have Yevon being actually benevolent. They're a religious theocratic autocracy that runs on fear-based totalitarianism. I'm not redeeming Yevon. Yeah, Yunalesca not there to tutorialize, yeah. And the party would very handily strike down an unsent and a fiend in order to break the cycle of final summonings. But they wouldn't kill just like an ordinary human unless they absolutely had to. I mean, granted, yeah, they're trying to kill Seymour, but he's literally trying to destroy the world. This summoner, who for simplicity's sake, let's just say that somewhere in Bavel, they just condition a summoner from birth to not only be a summoner, but also the secrets of turning someone into a faith. And let's just say, for simplicity's sake, they always name this summoner Yunalesca. And I know there are male summoners, but, like, stick with me on this one. So the party gets to Zanarkand. They get past Zanarkand Temple, and they meet the now much more human, much younger, not immortal, not unsent Lady Yunalesca. And they want to stop sin, but they don't want the sacrifices to continue. They want sin to be defeated permanently, because that part of the plot has not changed. They want to actually stop sin for good. And Lady Yunalesca, every Lady Yunalesca, thinks it's downright impossible. If there were another way, they would have found it in the last 1,000 years. Which is a reasonable stance to take, as opposed to, this is just the way we've always done it, and if you take this away, we'll have literally nothing forever. But it's a little bit more of a debate and less of a fight. You can have a fight here if depends on how absolutely zealous this particular human iteration of Yunalesca really is. And considering the state of the world, it's a lot more reasonable for the party to kind of keep this option around in case they fail. In case they fall to sin. Because that's something Tidus and Yuna never consider in all of FF10. What if they lose? After defeating Yunalesca, then what? They just assume they're gonna win. That they can stop sin, that this plan will work, and that they are strong enough to do so. To break through sin, to get to you, Yevon, to stop sin from coming back. In this timeline, they don't kill Yunalesca. They decide to just forego the final summoning entirely. But they are going to leave Yunalesca there. as a sort of watch us. See if we can stop sin our way permanently. If we can, you're free. You can live life, the rest of your life, however you want, and there won't be any more sacrifices. There won't be any more weird, creepy Illuminati conditionings of future Lady Unalescas. But if we die, you still need something to kind of stop this spiral of death from being a spiral of death. So they leave and go about Sin the musical and all of that other stuff. And it'll be this iteration of Unalesca herself who drops the bombshell that, like, Anima? Because Una would have wondered where the hell Anima came from. She's familiar enough with the world as a summoner in training to know what Aeons do and don't exist. So, like, she would wonder exactly where Anima came from. And it would be Unalesca who would say it was a faith created by Seymour's mother. Just wondering, what am I discussing? It's a what if there was no such thing as a sentient humanoid unsent in Final Fantasy X. Meaning you couldn't just stay alive forever if you died. You just like, oops, I'm unsent and really strong. I'm still me forever. Just like functionally immortal until a summoner sends me. Also, hi Carissa. Yeah, I have a channel point redeemed for Final Fantasy What Ifs. The only reason I'm stopping the gameplay right now is because several cutscenes are about to play in sequence when I do. And I'm near the end of the story anyway. This particular Lady Unalesca is much, much more skeptical of the party's chances. But considering the party is much more amenable given the absolute dire state of the world and Seymour's machinations, it doesn't come to blows and it doesn't come to death. Because this Unalesca is a lot more based in logic than just, lol, I've been alive 1,000 years. And the party's a little more pragmatic about it. They need to stop sin, they need to stop the suffering and cycles and stop summoners from being sacrificed and actually stop the spiral of death instead of just trying to slow it down. And like, instead of trying to live with it, they just want to shut it down. But they're more realistic about the idea of sin has been alive and rampaging for 1,000 years and we're 6 dudes with swords. We have swords and sticks in like human magic. And Aeons, this thing is probably already eaten for breakfast 100 times over. So they leave Unalesca alive in Xanarkand, opting for the same exact path inside Sin that they do in the main game. Instead of Seymour just having already been consumed by Sin, Seymour is just going to follow the party into Sin, stowing away on the Fahrenheit. Which is going to lead to the final Seymour battle. And instead of just weird Seymour Omnis, it's going to be Seymour, Anima, and just another really powerful fiend he's just happened to save as his last trump card. But he either wins or loses here. He can't let the party stop Sin because his plan is to just use Sin to destroy the world. And if I ever expand upon this into a video, I'll probably change this actually to where Seymour's last battle is fought in Xanarkand, and he's trying to kill Unalesca, actually. That actually sounds a little better, but for the sake of, like, right now and moving on. And then the rest of the game just kind of happens as per normal. If I felt bold, I would try and find a way to not have Tidus disappear at the end of the game, but CBA. It's an interesting overworld crater. Was it formed during this game? Actually, as a matter of fact, yes, and I will fly over to show. This crater doesn't exist in Disc 1. Because if it did, it would be impossible to reach Junon. Like, all of this is just normal land in Disc 1. Very likely formed by Sapphire weapon, in fact, during the attack on Junon. It felt like an overworld transformation. No, FF likes those, yeah. Some more dramatic than others, yeah. So things I would change immediately is having Seymour's final battle be at Xanarkand instead of inside Sin, because somehow Seymour got inside Sin versus Seymour tries to kill Yunalesca to stop the final summoning to let the world spiral into death. And then the end game more or less is per normal. Somehow Tidus survives. Yeah, 5 and 6 go through like the heaviest transformations, for sure. And there's that what if. The main reason I alter character personalities very slightly the way that I did is to lead them to be more pragmatic and logical, having gone through more under different mindsets in a slightly different world, in order to come to the conclusion to not kill the human summoner known as Yunalesca. And it would be human because Bevelle is racist as hell, but you know. But in the aftermath, Sin is defeated permanently. No, somehow Sin returned. Seymour is dead. There was never an Orin, well, at least in terms of the gameplay side of things. Orin challenges Yunalesca after Braska dies, and just dies. Like, he's also, like, it's the exact same as in the main game. Orin challenges Yunalesca after aiding Braska in his final summon. Defeats Sin, brings about the calm for a very short amount of time. Deduces that it was all for nothing, same exact spiel. And Lady Yunalesca strikes him down, and he's just gone. So you would probably fight whatever Orin turned into as a fiend at some point in Xanarkand. But in the aftermath of all of these events, let's just say somehow Tidus didn't disappear, power of love, what have you. He's a real boy, whatever you want to do. He's still around. And now they're gonna want to go after this deep shadow organization of Yevon, just in case. Probably something Yunalesca told them at some point before they go and start Operation Sin the musical. And that would probably lead more into 10-2. We could also bonus points and say that Pain is there to take Orin's spot because, let's face it, they kind of fight the same. And Pain is cool. Thank you, Captions, for making a very out-of-context sentence. I recall hearing that the PS1 era overworld transformations existed due to disc limitations, sealing off some areas since they didn't exist on later discs, yeah. FF7 doesn't have that problem. The only overworld transformation is this crater here, and another area gets transformed after an optional boss later. But otherwise, the overworlds, you can access all the locations, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, around here. Around here, there's like an explosion that like makes this walkable. Somewhere to get into Ancient Forest. Those are the only major overworld transformations. Locations aren't really cut off, but this is also only 3 discs with much simpler graphics compared to 8 and 9, so... I wouldn't know what was on disc 1 without hacking. Like, would you in theory be able to reach Icicle Inn on disc 1? And thus Great Glacier, Gaia's Cliff, North Crater. Like, North Crater as a dungeon probably doesn't. Gaia's Cliff and The Whirlwind Maze probably don't. But 3 is just the final dungeon in the credit sequence, so... None of the locations get cut off or anything. You can come and go freely from the final dungeon, in fact. You have to walk in and out, but you can come and go freely. Someone probably has researched it. Some kind of like walk through walls or just place Cloud's location. So yeah, that was the what if unsent never were a thing. I might elaborate on that one in a future video. This game's too popular not to. Oh yeah, for sure. People know everything about this game at this point, probably. Alright, so once again, 3 minutes of ads are gonna play. Afterwards, several cutscenes will play in sequence. That's why I did most of the talking about that what if then instead of doing it alongside the game. But yeah. Ads will play. 3 minutes of ads will play. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat or drink, stay hydrated, and take your meds if you need to. Don't go too far though. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Let me just make a note in the in my folder of ideas. I had no, it was in video for some reason, right? Okay. Because I might want to expand upon that one later. The reason I have the Final Fantasy What If Redeem is because it makes very interesting conversation and it lets me tell stories. If there's one thing in my life that I am passionate about, it's stories. And it's like I've been passionate about stories since I was very small. So upon entering Mediel, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. There will not be a checkpoint. If I die, then that's gonna suck. I just saw some. So it was like an MCU thing was just announced. Thanks for the elixir, old man. That's really. Oh wait. Well, okay then. I love games that call you out for stealing stuff in people's houses. And not just like Skyrim where it's like a crime. I mean, I like being called out, like just for RPG-isms. I wanna fluff! Let's get some I wanna fluff in chat. More games should do that. Go into someone's house, open a chest up. He's like, what are you doing? That's mine. What the hell? Like, yeah, Marvel just kind of announced that they're bringing back Robert Downey Jr., but this time to play a villain in an upcoming Avengers movie next year. And someone I follow on Twitter is like, so this is the ripcord pull, huh? And I couldn't help but chuckle at that because it's not inaccurate. Sick pipe! Congrats on your 45 stream streak. Recalling one part of Wind Waker where if you break upon someone's house, they're like, yeah, exactly, you have to pay for the replacement. And it wasn't the only Zelda game to do that, yeah. Okay, that's fine. They really didn't care about photosensitive people in the 90s. No, they sure did not. Cursory. Wow, nice. That was a very easy steal. They're doing announcements at San Diego Comic-Con, yeah. I just go ham on damage. Ultima Beam! They only started carrying after Electric Soldier, Porygon, aired in Japan, yeah, pretty much. The challenge hasn't really been that hard, to be honest. It's been more or less a casual playthrough, just I have less materia. The only difference is I'd be using a lot more yellow and green materia and everybody would have all. But also I knew this wasn't going to be a hard challenge. Side note, hashtag free Porygon, yeah. Pretty much, the main difference is I don't have 3 people using enemy skill, I just have 1. Is it easier than the green materia challenge? By a lot, because I can attack, limit break, I have enemy skill. If I ever do a variation of this challenge again, I'm banning enemy skill, full stop. I probably would make something very similar to the Black Coffee running Chrono Cross, where there's just like a bunch of little rules added up. Yeah, the only thing non-magic I allowed in the green materia, the magic only challenge, was items for ethers and turbo ethers. Not elixirs, although I might have, I don't know. Back into the live stream with ye, Cloud. I would probably also like not allow limit breaks or physical attacks, but allow everything else. Cloud, yeah. Run cycle. Is I thought we were bathing again. We are, if you think about it. If we're being really technical, that's exactly what's going on right now. I had to spam a couple of commands because the banned message shows up in my own stream chat. Where are you right now? I'm at Cloud. What do you mean you're at Cloud? Why are you trying to drown at the Cloud Store? Fuck you! If you're not doing a story run, this is literally just a bunch of interactive cutscenes. It's really good if you're like playing this for plot. This is one of the strongest parts of the game narratively, and it's done incredibly well. It's just I'm not really in it for that right now. But I love this part of the game so much, especially for Cloud's character. Like, I think this is genuinely... I love Final Fantasy VII. I don't talk about Final Fantasy VII that much. Like, I say this about FF7. It is the most overrated Final Fantasy, but it is also, like, far from bad. It's due of its praise. It's really good. Like, yeah, Lego models, etc. Here's full of clouds, they're gonna be a squall? Yeah. That was a weird little reverse of the music for a second. And I think this is one of the strongest parts of the game narratively. Because the way this game handles Cloud and his identity crisis is absolutely well done. And just rectifying the differences between Cloud's memories, Tifa's memories, and the truth. Just like, so incredibly well done. Wonder where there's a theme with Cloud and Squall, and specifically anyway, and Lightning, and Tidus / Titus, and Terra. And in the promo material for Final Fantasy XIV, Meteor. To a lesser extent, Noctis. Also, Sigpipe, your 14 character. My favorite weather pattern, it's Sigpipe. around in a cutscene. Praise be to heaven. How's it going, Kaidakas? Mime. Yeah, Terra was a localization change, and I'm really, really glad for it. A mime run, you say? If I ever learn how to, like, do any kind of, like, ROM hacking or anything, I could do so much in the way of challenge runs. What sort of ROM hacking? Basically, cheat devices. Not necessarily ROM hacking, that's not the right word, but cheat devices like hacking in jobs, classes, materias, GFs, what have you, to do custom challenge runs without needing to be in the parameters of the vanilla game. Also, this is like the second of two pieces of music in Final Fantasy VII that hit harder than Aerith's theme. Inventory editing, kinda, yeah. I did that for FF5, fun fact, for my Red Mage only challenge. I just made everybody a Red Mage at the Wind Shrine. I just, like, did an unlock all jobs, made everyone Red Mage, disabled the code. Unlock all jobs and then play the 4-job Fiesta rules with GBA jobs. Something like that, yeah. Yeah, you'd have to cheat in some Cannoneer ammo. As well as they didn't get into a random encounter with those lay flat insects, I know, right? Inventory editing is generally fairly easy. Yes, I used to play around with GameShark codes for FF4 when I was younger on an older PC. TD's part is finding the right item IDs if they aren't documented somewhere, yeah. Have I ever done cheat searches like same, different, increased, decreased RAM addresses? I don't remember. I want to say I did, but I could be wrong. If I did, it was like a decade and a half ago. It was emulator feature for sure. I tried using Cheat Engine exactly once on an old laptop to give myself infinite lives in a Toho game, and it didn't work. No, it was Great Fairy Wars, actually. Your addresses change every new run or something like that? Yeah. That sounds right. It's probably some way to set up a dynamic address. Didn't know back when you were experimenting with it in Toho. That makes sense, yeah. Some old videos of interesting effects from Toho with Cheat Engine, yeah. The dynamic nature. This is the last time we ever hear the Disc 1 World's map theme. Ten Desires Overdrive and UFO Extra were most amusing, I can imagine. Overdrive difficulty still exists in later games. It's pretty broken. Most spells aren't properly declared and just end immediately, yeah. Invalid difficulty replays actually sync on the unmodified game, wow. As long as you restart a run after editing the difficulties, the difficulty gets saved to the replay. I see. God, there's actually an object for Genova's head that's not just in an FMV. That's wild. I've played this game so many times and I knew that, but like, God, seeing it. Like, I never, like, remarked on it before. I always thought it was just, like, Cloud's helmet or something, and it's like... And also, yeah, this is dynamic because you can linger on those text boxes and it never advances until this moment beyond, like it never hits the swell until this moment. Yep, Sephiroth stabs Cloud there. This is technically a flashback to 5 years prior. Cloud did get stabbed there, and he just willed himself to land from midair with that sword still inside him, pick it up, and like just drop Sephiroth into the reactor. It is wild. This is a real flashback. It is Cloud's subconscious. So fun fact, it is still not, it is like the closest we have to an accurate depiction of the Nibelheim incident and also not. It is actually just established word of God that we will never have an objective, full truth of the Nibelheim incident. This is Cloud's subconscious. We had his story earlier, which was very blatantly false. This is Cloud's subconscious. We have Zack's perspective in Crisis Core. Shinra's perspective in Before Crisis, I think. Cloud absorbing false memories that he thinks are his own. Yes. He inherits Zack's memories. By the way, they're still in the live stream. It's just that Cloud's subconscious is the closest we get to an actual true depiction of the Nibelheim incident. But Genesis wasn't there. Cloud would not have seen Genesis. He came in after the fact. There's no difference from before. He's the same cloud. Say the line. What if they got off of that train they were on? The ultimate what if. Oh, you're not even gonna let me talk to the pilot in training before leveling up? Well, that's fine. Information Shinra. I always forget who has what materia. Okay. Now, did I buy a crystal sword? I sure did not. I need to temporarily get Red 13 back in the party right now. Actually, I can do that faster on the world map. Never mind. All you have to do is press the triangle button. There's a triangle button. Wanna go? Pilot is like in his rebellious teenage phase where he wants to fist fight everybody instead of flying the plane. I'm gonna press the star button instead, yeah. Give you probably a Shinra beta because I just genuinely don't care. Weapon does not matter. Alexander, arrange, we're good. Imagine actually having a dodecahedron button on a controller. P12S would make a lot more sense if it did. Original Xbox controller, yeah, with the black and white buttons as well. That were pretty much used exclusively to mess with the Halo 1 flashlight, and that was it. Panic Chocobo Hills! Time to buy. It's all Chocobo all the time. Time to buy things here in the Chocobo Panic Hill. We're gonna panic, and hey, all that item hoarding really just worked out. Chocobos act human towards cold, towards humans, so don't give them greens. Anyway, I bought all this stuff so I could open a shop and make all my money back. Buying all this stuff is completely useless. Hoarding is completely pointless, but give me money! There's a red bag in there. Is that the shopping bag? Mini Chocobo Panic. Anyway, we've had a quick nap. We're back to panicking, back to Chocobos, back to hoarding, back to opening a shop because I don't need items, I don't need accessories, I don't need weapons, I don't need materia, I don't even use weapons, I don't fight. I'm like in my 40s here and just like here to shop on, to take care of my Chocobo, buy some greens. But you know what? All I need are greens. I just need money to buy greens. I don't need any of this other stuff. Time to sell. Capitalism. Yeah, but then I want a fluff in there. Yeah, that's right. So a bunch of stuff opens up at this point. The gold saucer is open again. I can go back to Midgar. Weapon might be flying around now. Honestly, not sure. There we go. Now, are you still like the truck of the party? No, everyone's like more or less even except Sid. One upside to this challenge, because I have so few materia, my HP and my strength are a lot higher than normal. Pretty sure I've seen a dodecahedron used as a joke shape before, mixed in with 2D shapes. Yeah, I could see that. Like, nothing else has changed, just like squares replaced with dodecahedron on the PlayStation controller or something. Keener Sector 5 is in locations 2 and 3. So basically right on the campfire. I want a fluff. Key item, key to Sector 5. Okay. Crash into all of these mountains, break the skyboat. A little bit of Bart Fatima in me. Canon. So last we're gonna see if Sister Ray here at Junon specifically. Imagining a controller with 5 buttons that are 5 platonic solids. That would be an interesting controller, yeah. Something themed around dice games, yeah. 10 gil. This extortion racket's paying off. Only 4,000 more of these and I can buy something. It'd be hard to fit in a decent icosahedron graphic on a controller button size. In a way it's visually distinct from an octahedron, yeah. Both would have a triangle and a mess of other lines, yeah, pretty much. It would be really difficult to do, yeah. I don't know how you would do that and keep visual clarity and also visual integrity of what each shape is supposed to be. Then the actual hard part, market the thing. I wonder what happens if I leave town right now. Is the gun, like, gone and already at Midgar? You know, I'm thinking I might not do the chocobo breeding at all. Like, I might just not go back to Gold Saucer. I don't need Omni Slash to beat the game. And I sure as heck don't need Knights of the Round to beat the game. As powerful as Omni Slash is, like, I don't think I need it to beat the game. Underwater Reactor, Rocket Town, and then I think it's the Midgar raid, yeah. Assuming the low frame rate is due to being a pre-rendered animation. I believe so. Yeah, the cannon's gone. Is it at Midgar? No, it's in the process of being moved still. This is like the only point in the game where you can see a world without Sister Ray. And I don't know if Misha's here or not, but like, what a sad state of affairs for Misha specifically. A world with no canon. The non-canon world, the non-canon timeline. That's a trip. It's canonically non-canon. Because, like, as cool as it would be to do the chocobo racing and all that, I kind of want to do a casual playthrough of this on PC and platinum it. Something I would do over Discord screen share after I finish Cassette Beasts. Because I have started that technically. So I think it's just going to be this in space. Like, I'm going to take one more ad break today, but I don't think I need to worry about side quests, because it's not like I'm going to fight Ruby and Emerald. But the non-canon canon is not in the non-canon canon. Not even if you take a photo with it, a Canon camera in Canada. And your name is Cameron. See how hard you train. Attention, charge! And then they hit a wall. Don't know why you just said that, because it was fun. Okay, Cloud currently has steel, which is good. Whoever stays alive gets to ask her out. What if both of us... Don't even talk like... I meant, what if both of us die? Oh, I meant, what if both of us live? Dude! Hydrate! Hydrant. Okay, captions. Sure. Something about dancing the can in there? Yeah. And like a candle. Now Cloud gets to ask out the elevator lady. Back to work for Junon! Dance in the candlelight in Canada with your Canon camera. That's not a Canon. HP plus, level up. It's just too easy. Burk. Well, being candid, of course. While being candid. Or can you? It's just a bunch of... Remember these things from like, leave at once! Warning, warning! Hey, a machine gun that's actually a machine gun. Rocket lawn chair. Right, no one is Kira anymore. While we contemplate the meaning of life. That one was a forced stretch. It was very forced, even for me. And if not being candid, is that being candidant? It's this elevator again. It's already, but we're already up. We're going down. So what do you have steel, what is yours? Manipulate. Let's go with morph for now. Actually no, Cloud should have that, so. Probably not gonna need manipulate actually going forward. It's the can't, yeah, pretty much. Dive down. Morph is equipped here on the off chance I run into the ghost ship enemy here. But I'm also not fighting Emerald, so I genuinely have no use for the underwater materia. It's just some solid. These things are Corvettes! This is what a Corvette looks like! Why do they drop loco weed? We're in the underwater reactor. Carry armor is gonna be fun. Because it always is. How many reactors are in this game? I'd have to count. So there's 1 in 5. Technically 8, but you don't go to all of them. Nibelheim, Fort Condor, the underwater reactor here, the broken one in Gongaga, North Corral. And that might be it. I find it interesting, speech to text said Needleheim and invented a word with the Heim ending. Oh my god. That is pretty funny, yeah. Come on, enemies. Don't be on high encounter rate now. I have like 2.5 minutes before ad break time. I could also just equip the exit materia, but I'm not gonna. Okay, perfect. This is why I used a smoke bomb. Okay. Three minutes of ads are gonna play. This is probably going to be the last ad break of the stream. So feel free to get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat or drink, stay hydrated, take your meds if you need to. Don't go too far though. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Hello, hello. We had another what if, by the way. But first, let me catch up on chat. The Heim ending is pretty common in names, but Nidalheim doesn't seem to be a standard name. Same root as home in German, Norwegian, and Icelandic. See, Nidalheim is FF7, but told by an entirely cast of cactars. Cloud would come from Nidalheim. Not sure how common it is in real place names seen in fiction and Norse mythology inspired names. This game has several, yeah. Now for our what if. What if Cecil and Golbez switched roles? This one's gonna be hard, I think. So the one thing we have to remember is that through the course of the game is that Golbez is a warlock. He's not a knight like Cecil was. So realistically, Golbez, God, I don't know much about his personality outside of being possessed. So I'm just gonna make something up. Like this thing, we know so little about what Golbez was doing before being possessed by Zemus. Golbez was the older of the two. He would be in the kingdom of Barret still, probably. Let's just say, for the sake of simplicity, that he's a warlock under the service of the king of Barret. He would notice something was up with the king right away. He would take the mission to Materia, but he would usurp the Red Wings right away. He would just usurp the Red Wings then and there and say, the king is not himself. This is not an order the king would give. We follow the king's orders. This is not the king's orders. Our new objective as captain of the Red Wings is to find out what the hell is going on back home. But we're taking the Red Wings somewhere safe first, just in case. Because Barret can't do any of these war crimes without this airship fleet, and they're the only force on the surface that has an airship fleet. So they go to Materia, not to raid the crystal, but Golbez has an audience with the Sage of Materia and says, hey look, we were ordered to take your crystal. We're not gonna take your crystal. Can we leave our airships here and take the Serpent Road back to Barret? And just as a heads up, the Kingdom of Barret is kind of compromised right now. Meanwhile, what's possessed Cecil doing? Trying to take hold as the new captain of the Red Wings, except that Golbez is smart enough to not let that happen. Golbez goes back to Barret through the Serpent Road, alone. He has a, like, half-baked cover story that he had to take the road back, that the mages were too much, etc. It's literally to buy time and see how the king reacts. Obviously, it doesn't go well. The fake king, Cognazzo, wants that crystal for his master Cecil. And Cecil is a pretty powerful Dark Knight, but not quite enough to overwhelm Golbez. And they kind of all know that. Misha, what is up? You have been spared a world without the Sister Ray. Because as soon as the party notices the cannon is missing, you can go back to the world map and see that it's not there, but also it's not at Midgar. Sorry, I'm like, my throat is like really bad right now. No amount of hydrate is gonna fix that. I'm just in a bad congestion zone. I'm not getting this huge materia. Yes, I am. Cecil is significantly less magical than Golbez, but also a lot stronger physically. Somehow the part post-Whirlwind Maze seems shorter than it did as a kid. Oh yeah. Absolutely, it's much, much shorter. Oh, I forgot to try and steal from them. Right. They have Shinra alphas, but like, do I really care about 100%ing? Like, I've just resolved to play this vanilla on my own in Discord later. I'm gonna try for it, but like, it doesn't matter. So, yeah. Golbez gets back to Baron. Golbez gets back to Baron. He lays this really half-hearted cover story down. And of course, the quote-unquote king is just not buying it. The king is not buying it. Golbez knew the king wouldn't buy it. Golbez tries to pull it. You're not really the king. Who are you? The same thing that Cecil does with the with Cagnazzo later. And that's when Cecil is going to make his presence known far sooner than he would like, because Cecil, under Zemus's control, wants to do some power usurping, but he needs the Red Wings to do it. So he's the one that asks Golbez, where are the Red Wings really? Golbez is gonna lie again and say he hid them somewhere on another continent that they'll never reach. And so Cecil and Golbez fight. Golbez has a tougher time than he would like. Golbez actually has something of a difficult fight. But, in the end, you know, it's still... Golbez still comes out on top. His magic is enough to win out against Cecil's lack of magic. Cecil is a Dark Knight at this point. It'll seem like Cecil has the upper hand for a second until Kane gets involved and joins with Golbez to fend Cecil off. It's enough to make Cecil retreat. It's not enough to, like, destroy him. And Golbez wouldn't let that happen anyway for reasons he wouldn't tell Kane. Like, Kane would, like, be poised to take out the finishing blow. Golbez refuses. Cecil gets away. The Kingdom of Barret now no longer has a king. But, like, that's not that much of a problem at this point. Rosa can probably act as, you know, Rosa or Sid can act as a fill-in regent in the meantime. Because Rosa wasn't a princess, she was just a white mage that was living there and training in Baron. Also, Rosa and Golbez are very much not a thing. Because, no. They're just like kind of, they know each other. They're like kind of more colleagues and acquaintances than like actual, like, a thing. So Rosa and Sid kind of hold down the actual ruling of Baron while the kingdom mourns its loss. Because at this point, it's very public knowledge that the king of Baron is dead. Laid waste by a usurper known as Cecil and his minions. Cagnazzo is also dead at this point. Golbez very handily takes out Cagnazzo. Like, maybe even the combined force of, Golbez, Kane, and Rosa, it's enough to take out Cagnazzo pretty handily. Especially given the element of surprise. Cecil retreats to the Tower of Zot. Probably through some sneaky treachery. Let's just say the Kingdom of let's say Cecil stole Cid's prototype ship, the Enterprise, on the way out. And goes to the Tower of Zod. And at this point, his... Oh, there's Shinra Alpha thing. There it is. Those steel odds are brutal. Yeah, Shinra Beta and Shinra Alpha are notoriously hard steals. I don't think I can morph this guy into anything, but we're gonna try anyway. How did Cecil become king in the ending anyway? Was it basically the throne is vacant with no heir and he's the hero? Yeah, basically. Whereas Kane and Golbez are gonna go after Cecil. Okay, yeah, you don't morph into anything, why would you? At this point, Golbez lets Kane in on the know that the Red Wings are safe in Materia. But Dove, doesn't Kane turn traitor at this point? No, because it was Golbez who possessed Kane, not Zemus through Golbez. Like, Golbez had that power because he's a warlock, and Zemus just exploited that. Cecil does not have the power to possess people. Therefore, Kane at no point turns traitor and goes possessed. The Red Wings, they don't know where Cecil went. And Kane asks Golbez, why did you stop me? Why didn't you let me kill our enemy? And Golbez simply says he recognizes him. He's not 100% sure, but he remembers, like that voice sounded vaguely familiar. Like a grown-up version of the voice of someone he knew as a child, his baby brother. And he couldn't bring himself to kill him without knowing for sure. So the goal is to find and suppress Cecil and stop him from, like, well, causing havoc all over the world. But he wants to stop short of killing him. And Kane would understand this. Kane and Golbez have the same relationship in this what if that Kane and Cecil do in the main game. They're basically brothers in arms. So it turns into a bunch of flying around the world to see if they can find out where Cecil is. Eventually they would get wind that he's in the Tower of Zod. Probably in going around to the other kingdoms, the now not blown up Dam Cyan, the very much intact Fabul, and yes, even Eblon, who was not attacked by Rubicante in this scenario. Because Rubicante doesn't really know what to do yet. Cañanza was just kind of killed out of nowhere. Cecil's playing defense. Hearing me talk about this makes me feel like FF4 needs a prequel. Probably not a game, but yeah, it would do with some world building elaboration of pre-FF4, because we know like nothing. Also, without Cecil there, he doesn't have to be jealous of Rosa. Yeah, pretty much. Like, Kane and Rosa would probably get together in this scenario, actually, because Golbez has no interest, and like, neither does Rosa. And like, Rosa and Kane did also grow up together and would have been a thing if not for Cecil. So, like, Kane is pretty chill outside of that. Possessed Dark Knight Cecil would probably more directly fight without the manipulation abilities Golbez had. Yep. Would Golbez end up going through something similar to Cecil's Paladin transformation? Probably not. He wouldn't need to. Meteor rain! So yeah, the opening part of this story is a lot of going to the other city-states, warning them about Cecil, and asking if they knew anything, in which, you know, probably not, but we'll keep an eye open, is probably the long and short of it. You would, Grab Cloud. They would go through the Tower of Zot. Probably not without, you know, not with too much difficulty. They'd probably still fight the Mega Sisters and win. They'd get to the top. I imagine Tella is with them, but like... Actually, no, Tella wouldn't be with them. Without Demcyan's bombing, there would absolutely be no need at all to, you know, Tella wouldn't go with him. He would just, like, eventually just, like, let Edward, knowing Edward is the prince of Damcyan, and knowing that it's actual love and he's just being a grumpy old man about it. You know what? You're not a spoony bard, you're royalty. Well, in that case. And so they'd probably just chill in Damcyan. So Tella would not be there, because there would be no revenge plot at that point. I'll hydrate in a minute. So, yeah, it would just basically be the three of them. Maybe Edge would join, maybe he wouldn't. Maybe Yang would join, maybe he wouldn't. And they'd confront Cecil again. And they'd probably beat Cecil, stop short of killing him. It would break his Zemus possession. But hey, there's still those fiends, you know, roaming around, and that's when they make their move. Barbariccia would either attack Damcyan or Fabul. Rubicante would attack Eblon. Scarmiglione would try and attack Materia and probably fail. And it'd be enough to necessitate Golbez going around to, like, help break the deadlock of each of these fights. It's gonna hurt a lot. 2 people lost their barrier. Rydia is still just living in Mist. Oh yeah. Rydia is still a child living happily in Mist amongst her summoner family. Her mother is still alive. Mist Dragon is still alive. In fact, there's no need to go through Mist Cave at all. Like, the people of Mist would be very blissfully unaware of this, except for passing of airships every now and then. That was the easiest carry armor fight of my life. Yeah, if the distrust in the king starts earlier, Mist doesn't get destroyed. Nope, because the fake king is dealt with beforehand. Maybe Rydia's mother joins Golbez in trying to help save the world if they ever pass that way, leaving Rydia either in Kaipo or Baron. I don't really need to heal MP because I have Magic Hammer. Golbez, Kane, maybe Rosa, maybe not. Maybe Rydia's mother, because that's now interesting to me. Not the people in Damcyan. Edward, Anna, and Tella are just chilling. Maybe Yang joins as a guest character when fending off, let's say, Barbariccia. The twins wouldn't join. Feels like this version of the plot wouldn't get that much of a party. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, that's your triple weapon. Okay, now we're talking. Kind of want to throw all on you now. Okay, steel is a very much no. MB plus maybe? Bahamut, I don't need more than one per. But I still like that combo being there. So who has all currently? You. Okay, so... I know Ultima and all don't actually do anything because Ultima's already an all, but I'm trying to level them up. Another benefit to this challenge, actually, is I can use a bunch of equipment I wouldn't otherwise. So that's pretty neat, I would say. I know I picked it up, I saw the text box and I'm awake enough, but I need to see it in the menu before I leave. Also, Cecil would probably, like, join at this point, but also not. Like, Golbez would want him to, but Cecil doesn't feel like he's redeemable at this point. Oh yeah, what does that Shinra Alpha look like? Better defense-wise with more materia slots, but I don't necessarily need more materia slots right now. If they end up in Mysidia, there wouldn't be much reason for the Twins Aid to be offered with Golbez's powerful mage already. Oh yeah. You could probably, at that point, have Cecil try to redeem himself in, you know, by going up Mount Ordeals with Cecil going along with, or with Golbez going along with. Is Fusaya related? No, he's just an unrelated Lunarian. He's not actually related in any actual way. I'm gonna big guard for the haste because I want to see if these also steal Shinra Alphas. Having 3 wouldn't be bad, but like... Oh, it's an 8-inch cannon. Yeah, look right, okay. This retelling is reminding you of a retelling you've thought of for Paper Mario. What if Mario never woke up and just remained unconscious in Koopa Village all game? Where Bowser and the other bosses get bored, overconfident, Peach escapes and forms a party of her own? Okay, this is sick. I need to hear this later. This is great. This is why I have this redeem, because it sparks conversation, and I love being a big nerd about lore. So, sir, maybe we shouldn't piss them off? Guards in Nortoon be like. Maybe we should lumber towards Cloud like wrestlers or bears, yeah. Like... Okay, so I can cohesive tie this together a bit. After Tower of Zot and the putting down of the 4 fiends, Cecil is removed from his possession from Zemus and wants to redeem himself because of what he almost did, what he tried to do. And the first place to start would be Mysidia because, you know, he tried to burn that town to the ground for a crystal without ever actually knowing why. So he wants to go make it up. Even though the Mysidians, none of them died. Nobody dies in this scenario, really, except the 4 fiends. And maybe, like, small casualties as the fiends attack these settlements, but, like, again, they're ready this time. And there's no Red Wings to attack them. So Mysidia wouldn't be that hostile towards Cecil, especially because he comes to atone. The Sage offers the twins aid, and Golbez wants to go along with him. Because at this point, Golbez confirms, you are my little brother, and now I'm going to look after you, to make sure this doesn't happen again. In this scenario, Golbez is a lot more pure of heart, having grown up in Bern under a noble king and with good friends around him, that he's much less of a target and susceptible to Zemus than Cecil is. So... And now that Cecil is, like, going to go through the same process, Zemus is about to run out of ammo for whatever the hell it was he wanted to do. It's never really clear. It's these guys we trained with all this time. We're taking you prisoner. Oh, thank God! Immediately back down. Brings down. I'll smack it one. That'll fix it. Yep. Thank you. I'm happy to be a hostage. Piloting a submarine? I can't do that. I just have a gun. Hey, who am I to know? Love that we can save these guys. Okay, so read the manual. Okay, yeah, that's the movement. That's speed up. That's torpedo. Okay, so square is torpedo. Evil Ralphus, what is up? Hi, hello. Tries to leave on one of those spare clown cars in the entrance, crash lands in Shiver City. Oh my God. Peach comes fairly close to escaping in Vanilla with the secret passage and sneaky parasol. Think if Bowser and Cammy weren't on guard from Mario saving most of the Star Spears, she would have succeeded. Probably. Main screen turn on. Anyway, this mission is like really easy. You just like start blasting. Mission compris. Changes like Huff and Puff successfully covered flower fields, darkness, and rain. His next target would be the most cloud-intolerant region, Dry Desert. Koopa Bros kept causing trouble in Toad Town, stealing Shy Guy's toy box without realizing what it was. Yeah. Meanwhile, in the FF4 What If, yeah, Golbez, Palom, Porom, Cecil, and Kane would go up. Oh, we got a Shinra sub, by the way. They would go up Mount Ordeals. There wouldn't be Scarmiglione there to get in their way. So it's relatively uneventful. And it's where Cecil manages to become a paladin. He wants the same atonement as he does, but for different reasons. He's still done horrible things. He did horrible things in both iterations of the timeline. So he still, you know, wants to atone. It's strong enough to become a paladin. And it's there that both Golbez and Cecil hear that light. Golbez recognizes it instantly as his father, Kluya. You have a nice, happy family reunion. Golbez doesn't really need the light of Mount Ordeals because he's fine. Like, yeah, he's using a lot of black magic, but he's not evil. And black magic was never inherently tied to evilness, or else it'd be a hard sell feeling bad for Materia at the start of the game. Kain also doesn't need the light of Mount Ordeals to become a Holy Dragoon because he also doesn't really have anything to, like, overcome. He's fine, too. He's right as rain. So, yeah, it's just Cecil becomes a paladin. And then they have to figure out, okay, how the heck do we stop this Zemus guy for whatever it is he's doing? At that point, it probably would just be, like... Because the crystals weren't gathered, there's no Giant of Babel either. And Zemus is, the 4 fiends in my variant, I did say they went on to, like, try and ravage, like, Scarmiglione would have gone after Mysidia, Barbaricia probably after Fabul, and Rubicante after Eblon. And there'd be a deadlock that Golbez and crew would have to go around and break the deadlock and strike them down. And after that, probably Cecil takes another beating and gets depossessed, and then Mount Ordeals, Paladin, etc. Zemus is out of people to possess, but is still just like kind of a sealed threat at this point. And it would only be a matter of time. Cluya would warn them about this. It would only be a matter of time before Zemus found some other way. They would discuss this with the Sage of Mysidia and meet up with, like, probably release the Lunar Whale with the prophecy on the sword. After which, Lunar Whale, Moon. They wouldn't need to go back, though. Like, they wouldn't need to go back to Earth. Fusoya would join Golbez, Cecil, and Kain. And maybe Rydia's mom, because, I don't know, moms in Final Fantasy don't get enough respect. IMO. And instead of going back to Earth to deal with the Giant of Babel, they just, like, deal with Zemus then and there. He probably hasn't had as much time to formulate his plan, and I'm gonna just straight up waste 10 gil, but I want to go see if Sister Ray has been moved yet. Moms are tough. I still think 13 would have been better if Hope's mom joined the party instead of just saying, "Okay, thanks, welcome to my TED Talk." But, they just, like, go through the lunar subterrane to confront Zemus then and there. And since Golbez, like, Fusoya has the crystal, whatever crystal it was that is able to make Zeromas vulnerable. Fusoya has that, gives it to Golbez. Golbez has seen the light of Mount Ordeals, and while it wasn't, oh hey, no Sister Ray yet, okay. So yeah, Misha, we're in a canonless world. No canon. I don't even know if Misha's still here, but yeah, no canon. You are. There's no canon right now. We're in a strange canonless world. Gonna complain about the lack of canon. Sister A still sounds like a person. Oh yeah. So without the time and energy, and without, like, the party being distracted by the crystals, with Golbez having the light of Mount Ordeals and his father Cluya in him, it's enough to, like, let the crystal be usable against Zemus. And if there is a Zeromas, he probably isn't all that strong, given that, like, Zemus has had less time to, like, formulate this plan, have this power, gather power. The crystals are still in perfect alignment in all 16 crystals are in perfect alignment on the Earth and the Moon. If there is a Zeromas, the party sure as hell doesn't struggle with it. Fusoya thanks the party, they go back to Earth, all of them. Golbez doesn't stay on the Moon this time, because he doesn't need to. It kind of almost becomes an FF4 abridged with less town destruction and death. This is my interpretation of it. I am open to others. Would possessed Cecil go after the crystals on his own? Probably he would try, but if he's been incapacitated at Tower of Zot, and thus the link between himself and Zim is broken, he would just be comatose and barren until the four fiends are dealt with. But he would try to brute force it because he can't possess King. Then you start imagining, what if they just had it appear random locations? Yeah. Someone somewhere has a sister named Ray. Yeah, probably. Most definitely. But that is, what if Cecil and Golbez switch roles? Someday I'll write one of these that doesn't have a happy ending. But that's how my stories tend to skew. Does that make me kind of not as great of a storyteller? Possibly. But that is what is. I went looking for a tab I don't have open in Chrome right now, because I have a group of tabs. Call it storyteller learning, yeah. I like happier stories, but the lack of tension in a lot of my stories is something I'll eventually have to overcome. Also, from 19 minutes ago, hydrate! How would people feel if I did a just chatting stream one of these days that was just what ifs? Like, it was a just chatting, and I just turned off the cooldown and let people get all 10 in at once. We got another one. What if the Final Fantasy characters and their Kingdom Hearts counterparts switched places? Normally, I wouldn't touch this one because it's because it's like crossover stuff, but I've already broken that rule before, I'm pretty sure, so let's go for it. Heck it. Yeah, I know how you would react, yeah. Mint and Blab have also put in a good number of the what-ifs. So I imagine it would be, like, probably just a slower normal stream. Oh yeah, no, we were going to the airport, that's what it was. I'm like, why am I in Junon again? So, Squall would be relatively unchanged, except less moody, which would probably shock the party, but they wouldn't complain too loudly. Cloud would be Advent Cloud, and so, like, FF7 would be relatively unchanged, except Cloud is moodier. You know, take out the date scene from, take out the date scene from the Gold Saucer, because I don't see anybody really wanting to get involved in that. But also, Cloud wouldn't really have the identity crisis, because it's like Advent Cloud, he's already either dealt with that, or it's a version of Cloud that just never had to. But like, the chasing Sephiroth would still happen, just, you know, light and darkness instead of weird science stuff. This thing just goes to the other side, doesn't it? It doesn't actually go to the airport? Yeah, I'm a guy from Radiant Garden. I know what I am. The hell is Radiant Garden? And then Tifa just like wondering just how bad being in the live stream for like all that time. We'd like to hear more about the Paper Mario idea. It's a long enough, likely disrupt the stream, could message about it after stream. Yeah, because I wouldn't mind discussing it, but I also don't want to rob Reimu of the what-if points as it is. No way this works, but if it does... Oh, the soldier's second. Well, these are enemies that never go away, so no reason not to just beat them up. Leon effortlessly owning that... Yeah, Cypher would be a child and thus wouldn't be able to really cause any problems. It would lead to a very confused Idea, but like, you know, is what it is. VII is literally unchanged. Raijin and Fujin are also children who lost the other kanji in their name for whatever reason. Sephiroth would be swapped too, yeah, so Cloud and Sephiroth would just have a rivalry, but like, Sephiroth wouldn't try to destroy the planet necessarily, and just like, rather just stalk Cloud. So FF7 would be over real fast, and it would just be Avalanche versus Shinra Incorporated. 10 would be very confused. Tidus is a kid, Auron a little bit... Auron is like post-10, wondering how the hell he got back. Yuna and Riku are fairies. Pain is there too. Waka is a child. Going back to 8, Selphie is also a child. And in FF6, Setzer is a bitch, so, like, I don't know. We get to watch the Galnica take off and then sink into the sea. Goodbye, airplane. Have fun getting shot down by Bart. That's canon now. Would Setzer change at all? Yes, his personality would be infinitely worse. Because Setzer in 6 gets hustled, respects the hustle, and decides, well, I lost, these were the stakes. Alright, screw it, I'm in. Setzer in Kingdom Hearts 2 is a grown man baby who plays Nerf bats with children for fame. I detest what Kingdom Hearts 2 did to Setzer. Detest. Realm would beat the hell out of him is what happened. Setzer would fly to Tamasa to try and Nerf bat fight Realm, who would just paint his picture. So Setzer would mirror match and somehow lose both ways. Rinoa wouldn't exist because they teased the Angel Feather at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 and then decided they didn't need Final Fantasy anymore for some stupid reason. Grumble, grumble. Selphie would also be a child. So you'd have a very confused FF8 dynamic, but the plot probably wouldn't go anywhere because Cypher is also a child and Rinoa doesn't exist. 7 would just be Cloud and Sephiroth stalking each other across the FF7 worlds, while Avalanche and Shinra duke it out. FF6 would probably be unchanged. The party would just steal the airship from Setzer and just leave him on an island somewhere to Nerf bat fight himself for all eternity. And 10, well, 10 would probably be screwed. There you go, there's a not happy ending. FF10 Spirit just like kind of like goes completely downhill. Because Yuna's not in any condition to be a summoner. She's a cute little fairy who wants to play tricks on people and get treasure. Meanwhile, Sin is destroying Spira. Meanwhile, Seymour, unopposed, just becomes Sin. With like some random summoner he picks up off the street. Yay. There you go. Realm making Setzer with Bat fight himself, yeah. What if Kingdom Hearts had all FF worlds instead of all Disney worlds? So, once upon a time, y'all are gonna laugh. Once upon a time, I wrote that fanfic. Like with an OC instead of Sora. Before we knew what the Realm of Darkness was, I had just headcanoned that the Final Fantasy worlds were like the Worlds of Darkness. And so I had an OC go around these Worlds of Darkness and just like deal with stuff Kingdom Hearts-esque. I'm gonna hit all 3 of my snoozes probably because I want to get through Rocket Town before I stop for the night. Would love that so much. FF worlds are larger than Disney ones because they have to be. Games are larger than movies. Now we got the hardware for it, yeah. They'll never do it though. Maybe Setzer would change after the apocalypse if he survives it, yeah, but this particular Setzer didn't know a person named Daryl, probably. He's just an overgrown, like, 30-something man-baby who plays Nerf bats with children. But yeah, Spear is screwed in this hypothetical, because Tidus is a child and Yuna's a fairy. So, thanks for that what if. It was incredibly short, but it also had something of an ending that wasn't the happiest, so huzzah. We can buy Eden codes now. Imagining Realm create a sketch army of the rest of the cast, overwhelming Kefka with numbers, yeah. Continuously sketches tranced Terra over and over and over again. And if it's perfect replicas, it's economizers and gem boxes all the way down. Madoyo! I can probably buy more high potions at this point. They probably dissolve when hit. Yeah, sure, but if there's like 1,000 of them. Thanks for the what ifs, plural, Reimu. Just reminded of the double Terra glitch. If you lose 3 characters in every tier of the Kefka battle, game overflows, a second Terra shows up in the final phase. I see. Those terrorists are here. Alright, what does the attack squad have? Just 8-inch cannons, that's it? Okay. Got a third one that's juicy, but it's on cooldown. And when you can imagine Square Enix doing because they're bastards. If you want it for free, just send it to me over a DM because I am ending stream after the— oh, Satellite Beam, very nice. Not sure if that's on SNES or just GBA. No, it's usable for item dupe on GBA, but that might be because GBA saves after the ending and SNES doesn't. Unequip the second Terra's weapon and shield for more paladin shields or something. Okay. Do I get to a menu? To know if GBA added exclusive glitches aside from click-say related, it seems to be enhanced port that fixes some glitches. It fixed a lot, yeah. Senior Grunt. And nothing. Cool. Makes that easy. Wouldn't be surprised if Double Terra always existed, just wasn't used for SNES. Maybe. Ooh, okay. That's a spicy what if. I'm gonna pin this message in Discord so that I come back to it on stream later. Okay, that one's spicy. You want me to read this one out loud to tantalize people for tomorrow? Because I'm gonna open with this tomorrow, I think. Unless you won't be around. I want you to be around for this one, but like, I don't know if I'm gonna charge you this one. Hate that it could happen. Yeah, it's, oh my god. Oh my god, they could do that too. You're not wrong. I think the idea is that bring 12 characters, lose 3 each phase. 5 to 7, 8 to 10, 11 to 13, while keeping Terra alive. It wouldn't be hard to test to have an endgame save on this SNES version if Terra is sufficiently overpowered. Oh yeah, if Terra is overpowered, yeah, it would be easier. You still only have hyper jump though, so I gotta be careful a little bit. Actually, I'm just gonna leave this setup as it is. Yeah, do you want me to read it out loud though, Reimu? Because like this is a really juicy what if. This one probably doesn't have a happy ending either. By design of the question, it doesn't have a happy ending. Read it out loud? Alright, here you go, chat. This one's not for points, and I'm not doing it tonight because I'm not gonna have that kind of time. What if Yuna successfully turns Tidus into a final Aeon and defeats Sin? This one being the new Sin that would be in 10-3. The somehow Sin returns. They were clearly going for a negative character arc, and that would be logical ending for said negative character arc. Yeah. That's why it's a doozy. Critical Steel. Nope. I'm not gonna touch that one tonight, because it would, like, I am ending as soon as the Rocket Town sequence is done. That's a spicy one. I'd have to do some thinking and possibly even outlining for it. Zedric. That's a spicy one. Bye, Rude. Like... As much as you regard Square Enix is watching this stream and goes, genius, and cause the apocalypse. It is something they could do in sort of an alternate timeline kind of shenanigan. Where that is the somehow and somehow Sin returns in that awful audio drama. Are you imagining stranger what ifs? Like, what if FF5's world merging also incorporated the world of insert game here, not just the original two worlds? I could work with that in a scenario of 5, 1, and 9. Like, 5 doing that with one's world accidentally causes FF9's world. Sid instantly going to how's the rocket, yeah? Mama Lumi, thank you so much for the raid. Friends of the Red Mage Village, we are under attack. Welcome in, friends from Mama Lumi's stream. My name is Dove. Welcome in, a person that exists and Mama Lumi. How is your stream? How is Xenosaga treating you? I hope you had a great stream and are having a good weekend time zone. We're just doing FF7 Rainbow Materia Challenge. First playthrough, fun discovering Xenogears Easter eggs, very nice. I'm looking forward to finishing Xenogears at some point soon. I don't know how long I have to go, probably a very long time. I'm still in Disc 1. Backgrounds for that game were giant Popeye's biscuit, but it was fun. That's good, that's good. I did the abridged raid message today because I'm near the end of my stream, but thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. I will have to give you a follow. I appreciate the raid. Oh, no, I'm already following you. Okay, cool. We're going to space! Science! But yes, my name is Dove. Pronouns are she, they. I'm a retro RPG challenge run enthusiast mostly, though not exclusively, streaming classic Final Fantasy challenge runs like this one. But I also do randomizers, shufflers, and the occasional first to play. 2 weeks in Estrogen, very nice, very nice. I'm hoping to get on this year as well. I am hoping that is my goal for the end of this year, is to actually get on Estrogen. Transformers canonically exists, and your dad said estrogen is your energon. Very nice. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Still find it interesting that Meteor is a world-threatening spell, and this was just an ordinary attack in other games, yeah. It's kind of this game that starts the whole spell or summon or anything is actually just like super world-ending. Some games have summons with exaggerated animations that seem like they should destroy the surroundings, yep. Thank you for the follow. There it is. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I have anonymous follows on because if people want to lurk, I don't want to call them out. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. Got it. That's all 4 huge materia. Well, 3. I need to go get the one from the submarine. There were super weapons and super magics and whatnot, but Meteor's the first time it's named. Maybe. Light of Judgment from 6 is probably just a really powerful spell that just God Kefka just happens to know. And then 2 damage. Or like, God forbid it's like an elemental summon that like has this big elaborate animation, but you're fighting something that absorbs it, so it just heals them. When it should destroy the entire like continent. Yeah, Kefka's big tower of goddess statues, the dancing mad, was functionally a weapon, yeah. Light of Judgment was just completely destroying things. It's an orbital laser and then just like green 6724. We're in ship hallway. This way. No? Okay. I'll just stand here and wait. I'm not actually gonna go back up to the control room. It'd be funny though. Kefka absorbed power into himself. The tower was his throne of sorts. Something like that. The Kefka's tower itself was a bunch of locations. The Dancing Mad Tower, the totem of weird amalgamate god being things, the things you fight in the final battle before God Kefka. That is functionally a weapon. Yeah, mostly from Vector, because the Magitech research facility's there too. Sephiroth in this game, yes. Need to see the menace? I'm not going to see him again for a while. We'll see him later on, of course, but... Trying to think about it. What even are those parts? Yeah. Oh yeah, the Void. That was effectively a giant spell weapon force as well. They blew up the moon. It's actually a meteor. I'm going to give you this what if for free. Very short hypothetical. An alternate ending where if you fail, pointedly fail, all 4 huge materias, they're all loaded into the rocket. It's not enough to destroy a meteor, but the power contained within is enough to knock it off course. It would do some damage as it passes by the Earth. There'd be a lot of environmental damage that would probably take a century to clean up, but humanity would largely survive, and most of civilization would. Whatever continent happened to be under meteor as it grazed by would, whoo boy, that would not be fun. But by and large, it would be enough to divert the threat of meteor. As for what Sephiroth would do after that, well, he'd probably try and summon it again, but I don't know how the black materia actually works. It's not just a meteor, but don't worry about it. Who's the old dude in space? Bugenhagen. He's just an old guy. Is anything preventing Meteor from being summoned again? Like, was the Materia with that much power used up? I don't know, actually. Because Sephiroth only tries it once. But I imagine if something knocked Meteor off course. I feel so bad. Jade, thank you for the raid. I'm gonna give you a shout out. I hope FF9 is treating you well, but I meant like the tail end of my stream. Welcome in, Jade-Eyed Demoness. FF9 is done. Very nice. Shall we go? Let's. Welcome in, friends from Jade-Eyed Demoness. My name is Dove. Pronouns are she, they. I'm a retro RPG challenge run enthusiast, mostly though not exclusively playing classic Final Fantasy challenge runs. I also do randomizer shufflers and the occasional first play. And right now we're pretty deep into Disc 2 for FF7 Rainbow Materia. So if that floats your boat, feel free to hit the follow button. I hope you had a great stream. Sephiroth does infusion dance and summons 2 more meteors. 3 more meteors, yeah. Ads might play during my goodbye spiel, so I'm gonna go ahead and just throw a bunch of stuff into chat while I look for a raid target. But remember, you all deserve to feel like your authentic self. No matter what that means for you, it is valid. Thank you for choosing this channel. Among the sea of channels on this website, it means more to me than I will ever be able to repay. You are all nice and deserve nice things. Never forget that. So if you are heading out, I hope you all have a wonderful time zone, but I am going to look for a raid target.